Alright. Hi. Hello, everybody. Hello, Rector Shade, Camille, Cool Pizza, Landon, Justin. Thank you all for GLs. We will do some runs today, but I am premiering a new YouTube video today before that, which I'll do in 12 minutes at 14 p.m. You know what? I should probably... let's do this. There. Just so people know why I'm waiting during this time. Hello, Groby Main, we're so back. Yeah, this is another video. Okay. So the deal with this video is that I've actually had this in the making for 4 to 5 months. But for a reason or another, it kept being delayed. And basically this video isn't edited by me. Like I made the script, I made the voicing, I made the direction for everything, but the actual editing was made by Storster. And so yeah, that's why it's I've been able to get this out like so quickly after the Devil video, because of that all. One at a time, Kirby, man. One at a time. YouTube videos are always there. You know, you don't have to watch them frame one when they come out. Wonder how many breadcrumbs they got. No, I paid her. Stick with the stream for now, just watching tomorrow. Well, I will premiere it here on stream, so, you know. Just waiting around until it's time. All of this while I'm still like working on the script for what I want my next video to be, and I'm afraid. Do you remember when I dropped the Devil video and I said no more 42-minute videos? Well, I think this one is shaping up to be about as long. But okay, I wasn't sure if this was a video I wanted to make, so my idea was I'll just make the script and then see how I vibe with it. And then the more I worked on it, the more I realized this is actually a really solid idea. But I need to explain so many things. I need to like really break it down. And yeah. So now I'm sitting here being like, do I go through with it and accept the fact that this is gonna come out in 2 more months? Or do I do something shorter? I don't want to spoil what it's about. Like my next one. This one that you're gonna see at 2 p.m. You'll find out in 9 minutes. Hello, Gio. Hello, Budsy. Yeah, I'm sponsored by PepsiCo. That's the announcement for today. Legit, I've been given an interesting suggestion. Like, it might not be a bad idea to reach out to 8Bidu to see if I can get some affiliate links for these controllers, because I generally recommend these ones. That's the one sponsorship that I wouldn't super mind having. What's up, Hector Bush? Thank you for gel. If they offer them in the first place, I don't know that. It's crazy. I don't know how people can put so much effort into videos. My most effort was like 6 or 7 hours spread about 2 days. I won't lie, it's hard sometimes. That's why I kind of wanted like to put out more videos on YouTube that were shorter, because that means that I can complete them in like 20 hours of work, and that's doable within 1 or 2 weeks for me to do on the side. Because yeah, with a video this long, with a video like that's 40 minutes long, the problem arises that like I have difficulties working on it consistently. It's difficult to bring that project to completion. like, for this video that I'm making now, that I'm just saying it might get around 40-45 minutes again. I worked on the script. I'm actually timing myself now. Let's see what the timer is at now. 11 hours. This is just making the script, and I'm probably 2/3 of the way through. This is just writing. Okay? After I'm done writing, my process is I go through the script, I need to make notes on how I want to edit it, and then I need to grab all the videos and assets I need, which takes another several hours. Then I need to narrate it, which I can't do all in one day. If I'm reading a script that long, my voice gets tired. I have to break it up into several days. That takes probably like 5 hours for a script that long. And then begins the editing. Which thankfully, like, since I'm doing so much work ahead of time, is faster than it would be if I just like jump straight into the editing. But still, a project like this, if it's 45 minutes or so, probably takes like 100 hours or so. Maybe a bit less. But still. So yeah, there is definitely a motivation problem when I'm working on a project this long. It's difficult for me to stick at it. The good thing is that once the video come out, like I'm very proud of how the Devil video came out. Like, it's not perfect. There's some stuff I want to do differently for my next projects, but I'm happy it's out. Like, I'm happy this is like I'm happy with what I've made. Seems like it's like doing pretty well in terms of attention too. So editing videos is easy. I would pump out 2 to 3 out per week when I got paid for it. Yeah, but like a lot of what you did was just like cutting clips together, right? My projects are kind of complicated. Not to knock what you were doing, but it's like I wouldn't be able to pump 2 to 3 out for a week. Yeah, thank you, Surask. Appreciate it. Hello. Day 193. Very glad to hear. Preparing my Nightbot command. Okay. And my pin message. You had to make everything? One-man team? Medits are very, very complicated. I put into the video. I cut everything, and that's not the speedrun it. Uploaded, and then there's no money since I'm not monetized. Yeah, that's the one thing about YouTube that I always found interesting. It's to enable monetization, to be YouTube partner, you need to be YouTube partner, and to be YouTube partner, you need to have a certain amount of hours of watch time. Maybe there's some other requirements, but like the biggest one is the fact that you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers. That's what I'm going through with my Speedruns channel that I'm uploading my runs to. I like this separation of things that I have going on so that I can have more. Like, I can focus on these video essays on my main channel. The problem is my Speedruns channel has, right now, 161 subscribers. So it's gonna be a while till I can enable monetization on that. Which I'm fine with. But yeah. Gonna take a while. I'm guessing they do it to like not encourage people to like use bots or whatever to mass post videos that they can profit off of. I don't know. Yeah, I've linked it to my main. Didn't even know you had a second channel. Yeah, I used to post my speedruns on my main, and then ever since I've been focusing on these essays, I've been posting my speedruns to my YouTube channel. I basically made it ever since Twitch introduced the limit to 100 hours to highlights. So I've needed a place in which I could put whatever went into highlights before, so I decided to make that second channel. That's literally what it is. I just upload my PBs on there. Short on some of my speedruns, so it's kind of unfair. Gotcha. But yeah, I'm not sure what else I could do to like let people know. I link my channel at the end of my videos. It's in my bio. It's in my Twitch bio. I mean, anything else, anything other than that is probably a little too obnoxious. I don't know. It's like, I think a lot of the subscribers I get is because like they find it from speedrun.com or because they just get one of my runs recommended. I don't know. Favorite parts of making videos when they're over and I can post them. Honestly, okay. More serious answer. I like seeing the video come together in the editing because everything before that is a lot more abstract. I'm just like trying to think of the direction, but like it's still a very abstract thought process until I finally start seeing the visuals come together. But yeah, when the video is over is the most rewarding part. When the video is over and I can post it to people. I won't lie. Hey, it's almost 2 p.m. It is almost. Alright. Three seconds, 2, 1. Alright, let's publish it. Okay, so. Wait, that's the wrong scene. Okay, I think this is the right scene. Cool. So what this is, it is a behind-the-scenes look on the task I finished a few months ago. So this is about 11 minutes 30 long, and it basically goes over what finally made the task possible, because for the longest time it wasn't possible to make a task of this game. What making the task looked like, just a few thoughts on some bosses, and that's the video. Hope you enjoy. Hi, a few months ago I completed the first ever Cuphead task. I had wanted to see a tool-assisted speedrun of this game for years, and I am so glad to finally see this project come to fruition. There was a lot of work that went into this one. It took over a month to complete and totaled to about 200 hours of work. I did the majority of this work on my Twitch channel, and during the process I received a lot of questions about how I was able to make this in the first place. So let's make a quick behind the scenes video. I will go over a brief historical background, what tools made this possible in the first place, and what tasking some of Cuphead's bosses looked like. But first, some of you might be wondering what a task even is in the first place. I'll keep this brief, but basically it is a speedrun of a game achieved with the use of tools such as save states and frame advance to get as close to perfection as possible. In practice, you typically end up inserting your inputs in a piano roll type interface, which provides a timeline of all individual frames of runtime. This allows you to decide which inputs happen on any given frame and quickly try out different combinations using save states to see what happens. One misconception about tasks that some people sometimes have is that they're not usually made by a bot. It is true that once every input has been made, they will be automatically played back by the tasking program with no human to physically press those buttons. But the making of a task involves tons and tons of hours of work put in by real humans who have to actually figure out when to best make every single input that makes it up. However, these tools are more frequently available for older gaming consoles compared to newer platforms, where it's easier to completely emulate them in their entirety and have full control over the machine. I had experience tasking various old games such as Castlevania, The Lion King, Donald the Mallard, and more, and with Cuphead holding such a special place in my heart, and knowing that it would make for a pretty incredible task, I had wanted to make a task of this game as well for a very long time. There was only one problem. Cuphead is a game from 2017 that came out on PC and modern consoles, for which the availability for task tools is much more scarce. There was actually an attempt at creating a piece of software called Hourglass Resurrection that would have allowed tasking modern Windows games, but that project came to a halt after some complications. It looks like apparently the OS can straight up lie about the timing of various operations, which is a big problem for a tasking program since that leads to many desyncs when attempting to play inputs back. Enter Liptas. This is a program that was developed for Linux operating systems and is able to generally get pretty good control over the execution of games thanks to how much better documented and transparent the Linux kernel is. Liptas is not able to launch every game, and even if it does launch, it may not run well, but it's currently pretty much the best option when it comes to testing PC games, so if a game is out on Linux, it's always worth it to at least try it. Only caveat, the game in question needs to run natively on Linux. There do exist Linux applications like Wine and Proton that can run Windows games on Linux non-natively, but sadly Liptas isn't generally able to run games through such software. And unfortunately, Cuphead never came out on Linux, only Windows and macOS, so for a long time there was no way to test this game. That was until 2022, when Demo Jameson managed to make an unofficial port of this game to Linux by grabbing the macOS version and making a few changes. This was a pretty impressive feat, and it allowed the game to be run through Liptas. I went to test this new port out to see how feasible testing it was, but unfortunately I quickly discovered that for whatever reason, even through Liptas, this game took a variable amount of time to load new scenes. This was a problem, because if the loading screen took a different amount of time than in the original recording, the inputs would suddenly play on different frames, among other issues. With enough tries, eventually could still sync through a few loading screens, so this did allow testing a few individual levels, but a full game continuous test was still out of the question. A few people did task a few bosses, but that's where it stayed for the next few years. And for the final piece of the story, after a big hiatus, somewhat recently I got back into speedrunning Cuphead, more specifically the 80% 1.1 plus category. This has cemented itself as Cuphead's main, most active and most competitive speedrunning category, which is typically played on version 1.1 and specifically bans the original 1.0 legacy version, which has the insanely broken weapon swap glitch for those familiar with those runs. I was considering the idea of making a sort of spliced task of this category, where I'd work on each boss individually and then edit them all together in one video. This would have taken a lot of work, but it would have been the only way to make a full game task with the tools available, which would have still been great even if it required a little video editing magic. So I started working through the game this way, and after I had completed a few early game bosses, I had a bit of a helping hand from Luke Soward after I had posted about my issues in the Liptas Discord server. They suggested modifying the game's code to call Unity's Load Scene API, part of the game's engine that Cuphead was made with, synchronously rather than asynchronously. This allowed Liptas to intercept a call, pause the game, and allow the loading to all take place in one single frame. After making that modification, it worked. The game was always loading everything instantly and never desynced on me since. So with that, the tools to test the entire game in one go were finally available, and I proceeded to do just that. One common question I got during the making of this task was, given Cuphead's bosses are so random, how can you make sure you always get the same luck when you play back your tasks? The answer to this question lies in Liptas' ability to achieve determinism. In short, it is able to have such powerful control over the game's execution and the timing of each operation that, among other things, it is able to also have pretty tight control over Unity's RNG algorithm. If you'd like to learn more about how RNG works in a game, I made a video on this very topic a few months ago, but to put it briefly, a game decides random events based on an RNG algorithm, which is just a series of mathematical operations that produces numbers in a way that feels random, but actually isn't, and then it will use those numbers to decide which attack a boss should perform, for example. In other words, if you control the way this algorithm is initialized, which is called the seeding, and how many times it generates new numbers, which is called its advancements, then you'll always get the same results every time. In our case, because Unity uses the PC's system clock to initialize the RNG, Liptas can actually take care of that for us by simply making it believe that it's midnight of January 1st of 1970, or whichever other date and time you choose. And as far as the advancements go, well, this is a task, so since we're doing the same exact inputs every time, the game will also react in the same way every time, and along with it, the RNG algorithm will also behave identically when playing back the tasks. That being said, Cuphead has a lot of RNG. In fact, that is a bit of an understatement. Take a look at the spreadsheet by Grondius. It's not perfectly accurate as it makes some rough estimations for some elements of luck, but it estimated that a truly perfect run of this game, where each tiny aspect of each boss was the luckiest it could possibly be, would require luck in the realm of around 1 in 10 to the power of 68. For comparison, Dream's infamous cheated runs of Minecraft, where his streams were analyzed and it was determined that he had gotten way too lucky for the runs to be legitimate, were estimated to have odds of just 1 in 10 to the power of 22. This presented a problem for the task. I could try to change the RNG on the fly before a boss fight or a specific element of luck by firing a bullet or creating dust particles, but with odds this unlikely, it was gonna be practically impossible to get the luck I wanted just by using this technique. So for the sake of convenience, in most cases I just modded the game to force it to give me the luck I wanted. In the eyes of some, this might feel like cheating, but honestly I think this was the only way to be able to finish this project within a reasonable amount of time, and I think getting all this perfect luck made the task more entertaining and satisfying, so I think it made the final result better than if I settled for the good enough. I also had other issues in different areas. For example, the Lobbery X move has this bug where if you aim it in between a boss and a floor, it can hit both the boss and the floor at the same time and deal extra damage. However, this seems to only occur 50% of the time. The other 50% of the time, it'll just hit the floor. This depends on whether Unity processes the boss hitbox before the floor's hitbox or not. If it does, then the extra damage will happen. Otherwise, it will not. Libtas is able to be deterministic in this and make sure that the same outcome happens on any given frame with the same sequence of actions leading up to it. But for the sake of simplicity, I also added another mod to guarantee this extra damage on every Lobbery Axe so that I wouldn't have to tinker with random inputs for dozens of hours anytime I use the Lobbery Axe just to make sure I'd get the extra damage. Double knockouts were another issue I had to deal with. At the end of most bosses, it is faster to die on the same frame as the boss, so that the scoreboard in the victory screen will display 0 out of 3 HP and skip counting that section, saving 0.8 seconds. However, for whatever reason, sometimes getting a double KO was just impossible. Either I would die or just the boss. I couldn't figure out a mod to guarantee this, so whenever I had trouble with this, I just had to tinker with my inputs leading up to the end of the fight and hope that eventually I could do it. Interestingly enough, the double KO was also randomly impossible to do on the route back, because only in this fight, the boss knockout is delayed by 1 frame after dealing the finishing blow. Anyway, all the technical issues aside, this was a fun project. As I said, I streamed most of my tasking on my Twitch channel, and that was great both in keeping me sane, but it also allowed me to get a lot of great real-time advice from fellow Cuphead speedrunners. Most bosses took 1 or 2 days of work. The simplest boss to task was Guppy Le Grande, which probably only took an hour or 2. The most difficult bosses, on the other hand, tended to be the plane fights. This was in large part due to the fact that the X routing was a lot more complicated. On ground bosses, it was often an easy decision. The Lobbery X is extremely powerful, so the objective is usually to maximize its usage. However, the EX moves in plane levels are a lot more balanced, and there's an interesting trade-off between plane EXs and bomb EXs, where there are situations in which bomb EXs deal more damage at the expense of collecting less super meter for additional EX moves later in the fight. So deciding which EXs to use when was often a pretty complicated puzzle. I think the most difficult boss was probably Dr. Cal's robot. I had to remake the fight several times just to experiment with different routes, where to take damage, which parries to take and when to use EX moves, all while making sure that all my bomb EXs were hitting for maximum damage and that my mini-bombs were hitting for 1.5 times damage by letting Dr. Cal's secondary hitbox move into the mini-bomb splash damage component. And after all of that, I don't think I still have a perfect fight, as I could not find a way to maximize damage on one of the last mini-bombs and had to shoot a few bullets to make up for that lost damage. But even with that, I still think this is one of my favorite fights in the entire task. It's a 33-second fight, and for comparison, as of right now, the best time ever achieved by a human is a 40, which is a massive difference. Actually, a lot of fights have a very impressive difference from the real-time runs, with several being over 5 seconds faster. It's hard to find a boss that's comparable to what humans can achieve, with the closest one currently being Ruby and Crooks, which is surprisingly just a little over 1 second faster than Loser's best time. It's funny to look at this through Michael's Run Recap website, which I want to give a quick shout out to. It serves as a bit of a community resource, which among other things, it includes stats about people's PBs and how they stack up against various comparisons such as the top 3 average, community sum of best, and so on. This is how my personal best compares against the task. That's so many Fs. And finally, the last question I commonly got was, will I make more Cuphead tasks? To which my answer is, maybe. I started this project in great part because I was running any percent 1.1 plus in real time, and so I had great personal interest in this category. I figured that tasking it would also teach me a lot of smaller optimizations by forcing myself to think about how to optimize every single input in the game, which it did. I'm already seeing a lot of improvements in my play thanks to this project. But all of this to say, if I test another category, it will likely be for whichever category I end up taking a lot of interest in speedrunning myself. I could see myself tackling either Legacy or 300% sometime in the future. A Legacy test presents a bit of a technical challenge because Cuphead's version 1.0 was never released on macOS, thus a Linux version can't be made. The way it will likely be done will be to use a mod of version 1.1 that GOTGM made that basically rolls back all gameplay changes that this patch brought to the game. So this means that technically we won't test version 1.0 directly, but we will have a pretty close representation of it anyway. And as for 300%, that would be a very daunting project, at least double as long as the one I just completed probably. I guess we'll see. That's about all I had to say. I hope it was interesting. If you want to watch the task I just talked about at length, it should be linked somewhere on screen right now. If you'd like to see more videos like this, feel free to subscribe to the channel as well as to my second channel where I post all my speedruns. Take care! Alright, that was the video. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, since we have Storter here, I said this earlier, but Storter was the ones who made the editing, so shoutouts to her. Big shoutouts to her. Thank you, glad you liked it. Glad you all liked it. And Yeah, it's up on YouTube. I guess I can resume my YouTube stream. I typically make these streams private on YouTube when I'm premiering them, because it feels kind of weird to have a stream out at the same time as I'm premiering the video, or as I launch the video that's just like showing the video, so I can make this public now. Hello, Changlozo. Only saw the last 8 minutes, but I'll definitely watch it on full on YouTube later. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's up there. It's linked on the... You know where to find it. Alright, I guess we'll change the title and do some runs. And yeah, for my next video, it might take a while. Okay, just a sec. Cool. Just happened to wake up way too early and catch the end of it. Nice. Perfect timing. Perfect timing then. By the way, that video from the other YouTube was talking about that came out is 4 hours long. Wow. When a video is that long, I typically won't be able to watch it all in one go. It's the kind of thing where like I'll watch maybe 30 minutes, an hour, and then put it down and then pick it up another time. It's my only gripe, it's not on Lion King NES. Yeah, the explosion that Lion King NES is seeing recently. Are you serious? It's funny how some of the... it's funny some of the games that I've been getting a bunch of people running them lately. Lion King NES, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Super Pitfall. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you all like it, loser. I'm glad you all like the videos that I'm putting out. And yeah, like, my next project might be really, 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 really long. I don't know, I might think of some content idea that I could put out in the meanwhile, but like... I said this earlier, but like, I'm still making the script right now. I fear this is gonna be another 45-minute video. And if that's the case, that's gonna take a couple months. So I have some other ideas that I might decide to make before that one is complete, just to make sure that I'm like putting something out. But I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But I do think that project is coming out very well, so I'm probably leaning towards going through with that idea. It's just gonna take a while. That's all. Yeah, have a good one, loser. Go back to your college work. And thank you for the GL. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of practice and then jump into runs, I guess. Random Lubber, Devil, all random. Let's go. 40-minute videos are a perfect length. If not, that 2-hour vids I also enjoy. Interesting. World record history of cattle. That's honestly kind of a really funny idea. I don't know how easy it would be to trace the world record history of elder cattle, but it would be really funny. Oh god. Every world record's cattle time. Yeah, but that's not gonna be the fastest cattle. Oh, I missed a quad, I guess. April's in a couple months, and the first day of that is kind of made for vids like that. I guess so. Though I usually do special things on stream during April Fools. Though I'm not sure I have any ideas for this here yet. Wow, I'm so close to soft blocking. Still 43, alright. Simply look through every run, easy. Yeah, but then I'd have to look through failed attempts and see if people highlighted any sick cattles. I don't know. I guess you'd have to... You might not have an accurate progression, but like it's a joke video, so... Maybe that doesn't matter too much. Dude, I just got slowest bubbles again. Ah. That was a delete pattern. That's an ambitious pyramid. You're still going up? There's no way that one's gonna complete. Yep. Little big seed. Good job. Okay, sure. Alright, let's practice something else. I'm fine with that, to be honest. Honestly, the thing is, I haven't done runs in a while, so don't super know what my trouble bosses are. Tell you what, I'm literally just gonna do some goopy practice and jump into runs, and we'll find out what the problematic bosses are. It was Changloso, yeah. By a few frames. Oh, tell you what thing I should be practicing. Werner. I think it's set to random. I'm doing any strat on Werner.
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go.
That was messed up. Whoa, foul. Man, still a 39 with that many mistakes. That's crazy. So this is payrless. Hello, Dr. Blue. Thank you for gel. Just watched the video. It was great. 10 out of 10. No notes. Nice. Glad you liked it. Very glad you liked it. Stuff. Whoa. Oh yeah, since I'm not hitting the quads, like third quad at the start of his 2, that lasts longer. What's up, Gilachi? Hello. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, Ukonen. Welcome in. Okay. It is O, not O. Is it Ukonen? Ukonen? I'm sad that I missed the months of testing live, so hope you do another eventually. Yeah, if I think there is a decent likelihood that if and when I run 300%, I'll decide to make a task. Maybe not immediately. I think it's probably gonna be more likely that I'll learn the category in real time. I'll do some runs, and then after a few weeks or months of being accustomed to the runs, I'll take some set aside to make the tasks. I think there's a decent likelihood of that. Like, it's been long enough to where I don't feel the exhaustion from making the tasks anymore. But I will have to accept the fact that if I want to make that task, that's gonna be probably like a 400-hour project or something like that. It's gonna be even longer than the original task. It's probably gonna make like it's probably gonna take 3 or 4 months of streams, and during that time I may or may not just like not even do any runs. So like that's just gonna be my life for a few months if I make that task. It would be really cool to get it done, but that's the kind of undertaking that it would imply. So. We're gonna create a make pizza task. I don't have a degree in robotics, so that's a bit difficult for me. Oops. Made a human play Zelda decently task to get my feet wet. It was fun. Didn't do any heavy crunching. That's cool. Honestly, like making tasks through like BSOC for NES games, that's honestly like a pretty accessible way to get started. Just because those are some really solid tools that you have available. With Cuphead, it was a lot harder to set it up in the first place, and you don't have the same ability to just like rewind to any arbitrary spot in the game. And when you close the task for the day and then reopen it a day after, you can't just resume from where you left off. The game needs to run to the end of that input file so that you can continue adding some more inputs. So one issue that I ran into was when I got to like around aisle 3, it would take around 10 to 15 minutes of the game just fast forwarding to, for example, I don't know, Dr. Cal's robot, before I could do any work on it. So I started making tasks on like separate input files just to like test strats out, and then once I had the idea of what I wanted to do, what patterns I was looking for, then I would make it on the actual input file, the main input file. With BSOC, you don't have to worry about it because it just like makes a save state for you. It saves it to disk, and then when you open the task, it just resumes from there. Like, it's so nice and snappy. A test doesn't beat the real test at all, though, but it does beat world record by 30 seconds. I gotcha. Yeah, no, like, human theory tests like that are very good. Yeah, at least you have that BSOC-like input mapper. That stuff is very convenient. In Poland, there are robots that make hot dogs. That's cool. W Poland. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'll remove that. Thank you. I think I'm good. I'll start runs, by the way. So let me go to vanilla and then we'll begin. Verify file integrity. There we go. Recently been watching Markiplier's podcast now. They let me say I'm not much of a podcast, so I generally dislike them, but they say it was so funny. Interesting. I haven't watched Markiplier in a long time. It's cool though. You had a change to remove the primer text to the warming up text, and then that'll worm its way into a PB video. Yeah, that would have been funny. All right, here we go. Alright, let me make sure I have my AutoHotkey script running so I can use spacebar instead of C. Okay. I guess we're ready. Let's go.
Now go.
Okay. I actually first tried Forest Follies. I never want to do Follies ILs. I just accidentally do them. Actually hit the task number. Okay. It's like do ILs of level 3 in Zelda 1, right? We love the early game.
Good day for us. Well battled. Here goes.
Oh god. Okay. This works as a backup. Oh, did that hit? I don't know. It didn't. Alright. I saw come best it was your root pack, but I thought Mark had the best root pack. Mark has the best root pack IL, not the best segment achieved in a full run. Although I think he has it for like timing on knockout. Unsure. Oh, come on. That was bad. Oh, it'll grow. It'll grow. Yep. There we go. You should make a 10-hour video on how to beat the root pack. That sounds obnoxious. Like, what kind of random BS do I have to come up with to make a 10-hour video on root pack? Yeah, I'll leave that to Mark. Talk about the lore. You know, they say that to most effectively beat your opponent, you must know your opponent. So, of course, we're gonna have a 1-hour diversion talking about theories on what the root pack lore might be. Oh my god, I got jump blocked. Oh my god, I didn't dash. Or jump. Whatever. Yeah, I'm sure he'd like to make a guest appearance. Isn't it about like potatoes and onions and stuff? See, that would be the naive interpretation. In reality, the onion is Ness from Earthbound. I did see the CS project code. Monitor conditions with which version you choose on the configuration. I decided to do it in a similar way, but with referencing hooks and publicized game code with the prospective version of the game. Not sure what you mean by that last part. Oh god. Can I still make it? I was gonna take that route back. Oh well. Yeah, something like that. Just a huge crossover. Whatever BS I can come up with to make the runtime 10 hours. You come from the future. What's up, Fabix? Have we achieved world peace yet?
Now go.
If you get the sub 27, I'll be really sad because I'll be 2-minute barriers behind instead of 1. But if I don't get it, I'll be really sad. That would be terrible for the economy, so could you not get sub 27? Simply get the 27 flat. Yeah, leave it at that. That's not how speedrunning works. We love our 2659s.
Now go.
Alright, thank goodness. If you got 2659.999, would leaderboard timings run that to a 27 flat? No, they would run it to 0.990. That's how it works. We round it by truncating the milliseconds digit. Alright. Watching the video, good stuff too. What's up, Laugh? Thank you very much. Glad you liked it. Very, very glad you liked it. And thank you for GL. Yeah, the it would be called truncating. We truncate the third digit instead of rounding. Yeah. Okay, sure. When you think about it, dude, though, do you really need a sub 27 when time is relative? Yes, we do. Even if time were to speed up, then Cuphead would speed up along with it, so it's relative to each other. Like, they would be proportional. Like, sure, if you, like, traveled at the speed of light, the Cuphead would appear as going slower. Or faster, I don't remember, but you'd be traveling along with the Cuphead. Okay. Playing Cuphead at the speed of light, quite literally. And it still takes 27 minutes.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
Yo, what's going on, Drewski? No, you're the GOAT. Thank you for gel. Okay. That's my bad. I was trying to parry that, but I guess I either missed the parry input, like I inputted when it wasn't during the buffer window, or maybe just too early. I think that was gonna be a really short final phase anyway, so maybe like there was no reason to get that parry anyway. Yeah, bagel, and this shit is scrumptious. Nice. I love bagels. Hello, Wagon Lag. Sabotaging yourself, oh boy. Yeah, that's... You should get some sleep. Gonna watch that video. Alright, sounds good. Hope you enjoy it. Hello, Remington. What's your PB? 2701. It has been 2701 for 2 weeks, roughly, I think. Hopefully the next PB is the 26. I've talked about this a bit in my Discord, but like... So, like, one reason that I've been able to go on as long as I have is honestly the fact that I haven't been running this game with a specific goal in mind. And I've just been running it for, like, my pure own enjoyment without any kind of, like, pressures from competition or a minute barrier and stuff like that. That exists right now. Like, I'm at the point where I have a goal I'm looking forward to. I'm deciding that I'm probably not gonna continue trying to beat my PB once I reach said goal. And I am thinking about my future post this category. So this is at the point for me where, despite the fact that I still enjoy this run, I am wanting to move on. I'm thinking about the things I want to do after I get this 26 and wanting to do those. So this is starting to feel more and more like the kind of thing that I want to get done. And so the days where I don't get that done are starting to feel a little bit more... heavy, I guess. But hopefully I can get it done within a month or so. I think that's pretty realistic. What are your next plans for 26 exact? 20% TAS? I'm leaning towards running Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky for a bit. And then, yeah, I'd be looking to run 300% for a bit and maybe make a TAS. I do want to take a bit of a break from Cuphead after I get this 26. Yeah, I love that run, and I miss it. Oops. Okay, whatever. How long is the PMD run? So there's two versions of it. There's a cutscene. Okay, so that game. Oh, the category. I'm gonna be running any % no Wonder Mill. That game has a lot of unskippable cutscenes. That's the thing. They're nice in the sense that you can just hold B to advance through dialogue, and you can just like use a quote spin to hold the button down. So like honestly, like it feels kind of cozy. You get breaks and stuff, but it makes the run extremely long. The world record at the moment is 5 hours and 24 minutes. And that's the main thing that I'd be looking to improve my time in. However... there's a cutscene-less mod. That's a great goopy. That removes all of those unskippable cutscenes. And then the run becomes under 2 hours. I'll definitely be doing a bit of cutscene-less, mainly as practice. And I might take the opportunity to improve the accuracy of the lag you encounter, because when you play on that, you have to play on a flashcard. And the flashcard makes it so that there's a bit less lag when you move around, which makes it a bit of an inaccurate practice. I'd like to fix that, and I think it can be fixed through software. But yeah, if I can achieve that, then like that would be really good practice, and then I can jump into the vanilla game and then try to beat my time. I have a 5:29 in it right now, so I'm 5 minutes away. But even for the time, like it wasn't anywhere close my potential. Yeah, a little over 3 hours 30 of unskippable cutscenes. It's a bit ridiculous. But it is a little bit better than it sounds, because the cutscenes are honestly cozy. And if you don't want to sit through them, there is the cutscene-less mod. Okay, sure. Unskippable ads as a game. The nice thing about it is that you can do other stuff while those cutscenes play out. Like, I've done plenty of things. I've practiced other speedruns, I've played chess, I've made tasks, I've made hacks. Actually, I don't know if I've made tasks, but you get the point. 33, wow, I made a bunch of mistakes. That's cool. Alright, this should be a pretty good L1. Good start skips too, so far.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
Okay, for that pattern, that went pretty well. Yeah.
Good day for a swell battle. It's on.
Uh-oh. Okay, at least I got Trash right. 49. Got a Myra swap in there.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Missed a pick, that's okay. Oh my god. You serious? Silver lining is that I think I can get the extra parry here. $120. Yo, hello, Kiz Jangsika. Hello. And the silver lining is also that I'm getting a lot of star skips. But that was a bad Jimmy. Alright, yeah, have a good one, Kirby main. Please get some sleep. Thank you for gel.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
42. Okay, that's good. That's a good Bappy. Sleepy's for the people who like themselves. Not to say that there aren't like actual sleep issues, and I've gone through them myself. But like, dude, I think if you can, you should try to get as much sleep as you can. It feels awesome to be nice and rested. Meh. Alright, 50. With that phase 1, that's pretty good. If you say so, I'm gonna sleep for 24 hours. Hey, if that's what your body wants to do. Yeah, very good star skips. That's honestly like carrying this run quite hard. Oop. Accidentally opened the equip menu during that fade out. Alright, yeah, this is a pretty good pace. Despite some bad boss fights. Okay, I'll take it. Hello, Corona. Thank you for the gel. Yes, if everything goes right, you will kill Rumor before her final phase. Which is the plane. Wow, low 42. That's awesome. I missed a bomb at the start of this final phase too. Like, had I hit that bomb and had I had the opportunity to hit that last bomb BX more up close, that honestly could have been a very low 41 if not a 40. That fight went very well, aside from a couple details.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
Okay, sure. That'll do. Oh, what am I doing? Alright, next two splits are pretty important.
Good day for a swell battle. You're up.
Was kind of scary. That's a pretty bad burner. It's parry-less at least. But I think I'm losing like a second or so. On a split where I could have already saved quite a bit. Yeah, parries cost you time on the results screen. They save 0.8 if you get any parries during the fight. Plus an additional 0.16 seconds for every parry you get, because it freezes the screen for that long. What's up, Ben Slam? Thank you for gel. Okay. Whoa. Okay. What the heck happened to my brownie beards? Yeah, I shouldn't have done that on that pattern. Okay, good the third time. I'll finish the run out. A base like this into Brony, though, is very good. Like, this gives me pretty good chances. Hello, Nayab. Welcome in.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
What the frick? Bad Kala. What is the best pattern for Kala? It's a very specific series of attacks that gives you plenty of parries. So it would need to be right fish, and it would need to be so that the parries are in a position that you can collect 3 of them. And then you get puffer fish and you get more parries because they're all on the right side of the screen. I think people have gotten a 49 with it. Maybe not yet.
A brawl is surely brewing.
At least a 50. Okay, 58. That's an A+. Crazy. No hearts. 169.
This match will get red hot. It's on.
Okay.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
Whoa. There's so many. Slow kill. Alright, it's gonna be a 148. Better Rabbit could have given me 147, or maybe even better.
This match will get red hot. And begin.
Okay. Probably about as good as PB. $25 star skips this run. Alright, let's go double. With how these bosses went, this would have been good enough for potentially a 26 here. Like, I could have saved a few seconds on Brani, would have lost a few on Kala, but then I would have still been ultimately ahead here. Wow! That almost golded. Sick delete. Thank you all 3 GGs. Thank you Yetoya, Dr. Blue, Eternal Dark, Swag and Lag, Potato Hands. Thank you Wyvern. Wow. I'd be really happy with a devil like that at the end of a run. Yeah, if I hadn't died on Rani, if I had just killed him with the pattern I got, and then proceeded to play the rest of the run how I did, this would have been a 26. Let's see. I probably would have been looking to be about 3 seconds ahead, maybe 4 after Briny. And then I would have kept that pace. So yeah, this would have been like a 26:57 or so. It's crazy. It wouldn't have been -7 with that with that pattern. That was a pretty bad Brownie pattern. But still, it would have been faster than PB. It was not double dogfish. All right. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and then I'll do some more runs. So I'll play some ads, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Yeah, dying is worse. That is always true. Dying is always worse than anything. All right, BRB. gonna go get some more water too because I'm running out. Yarby.
That's all there is? There isn't anymore. Or is there?
Well, Cuphead and his pal Bugman, they like to roll the dice. By chance they came on Devil's Game, and gosh, they paid the price. Paid the price. And now they're fighting for their lives on a mission fraught with dread. And if
All right.
they proceed,
We're so back. By the way, I forgot to do this earlier, but let me post the video I just published in the Cuphead Discord for people who wanna see it. Grab the link. Actually. Because nowadays, where you grab your link from YouTube matters. I don't want to include the SI stream. Okay. What's up, Michael? Thank you for the GL. Yeah, I figured for people who have, like, seen... For like, Cuphead runners who have seen the tasks and who have seen me make the tasks on stream. Like, I've talked about that stuff on stream already, so... Probably not exactly super informative video for Cuphead runners, but I do feel like with the kind of comments I've seen under the task itself and the kind of questions that I got on stream while making it, I do feel like those are things that somebody who isn't as familiar with the game or tasking or even speedrunning, those are things they think about, so... Summer effort, do a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, I posted the right link. Cool. Okay, we can resume runs. Yeah, Michael.com. Michael.com making another cameo. Yet again. For like the third video in a row. Okay, here we go. So, Mugman, you can play as Mugman Player 1 starting from Cuphead version 1.2. You cannot play as Mugman Player 1 here. But yeah, in that version of the game, when you start a new save file, it will ask you what character you want to play as. I'm watching. Should I be on the lookout for rocket launchers on Grimm's back? working on enterprise web products now, and I'm using Michael.com as inspiration. Let's go. That's awesome. I do feel... Okay. I will say, I do feel like depending on what kind of product you're making... It might... You might be looking to utilize a different UI philosophy. Like, I don't know what... I don't know what you're making, but... I know, like, the typical... There's, like, typical bread and butter kind of UIs that... people tend to make, and I think Michael.com is a bit unorthodox. Okay, sure. Because like you don't have like buttons with icons without like a word description on them that often. It's like it looks great. I love it. It reminds me a lot of like those websites from the 2000s. And I do love that kind of stuff. But I feel like that's not what companies typically look for. Very different from what I develop myself, I gotcha. Still. I'm sure there's a lot that you can draw from still. I'm just saying that steer far, far clear of the north side of aisle 2. Okay, sure. Okay.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
Why did I try that? Oh, I'm such an idiot. The AGM-65 Maverick is a multi-purpose air-to-ground missile that carries a 150-kilogram warhead and has a maximum range of over 222 kilometers. It is highly effective against armor targets, hardened emplacements, and belligerent cops on murder sprees. So... the thought of Grim carrying a 140-kilogram warhead is... yeah, jamming is hard, for real. I low-key am a little bit happy sometimes when I get Sagittarius because I know I'll probably be more likely to survive, to be honest. Oh god. There may or may not have been a few cases of those delivered to a certain tower yesterday. I gotta make a mod of this game that implements something like that. I'm surprised we haven't given Grim the nuclear deterrent yet.
Now go.
Oh shoot. Grim isn't evil. He knows that would be a negative effect on all of the other residents of the Winkle Isles, right? What's up, QC? Thank you for GL. You have to continue streaming. I have a pizza in the oven. Lucky you. I am planning on continuing to stream. Come on. Yo, what's up, Burrito Dad? Thank you for GL. The script is doing the whole startup with the 9 jumps with a variation of 3 frames is still running. Oh. How long has it been now? Hello, Yatoya. My stream has been up for just under 2 hours. Oh my god. Should be finished soon. 2 days, I think. Maybe 3. Okay. Gotcha. The video is about Cuphead. Yes, it is. But it's not the video I was talking about in terms of the thing I was scripting. This is something else. Hi, Fiol. Thank you. Oops. Okay, yeah, sure, I could put some dates on it. Or, like, years. Sure. If you like DPS flow streams, tell me. I'll be waiting for the next one. Okay, I'll tell him when I let him out of the basement again. In all seriousness, maybe I'll play some PMD Sky hacks on here in the future. Sky Temple regularly has hack jams. If there's one soon, I could legit decide to play through every hack they make. I've never done that kind of thing before, where I literally just play through every single submission, but I think that would be cool. What's up, Via Pac-Man? Thank you, GL. Oh, no. Very busy touring schedule, yeah. Every time I watch the script, Arthur is doing some different weapon from the chest because of the frame variance. I see. Hopefully that doesn't mess up your subpixel. I can't imagine it does. Oh, it's been pending for 9 days. Yeah, hopefully hopefully it's just like some delay. The Cuphead boards do generally get a lot of submissions, and sometimes it does take that long for somebody to get to it. Assume the result of the script will be it's impossible to know which subpixel you end up with after 8 jumps. Yeah, that's very plausible. Nuzlocke Red and Blue run when? I don't like Nuzlocks that much, to be honest. But I'm hoping to run Red glitchless again someday. You want to do it once? I attempted it like a decade back on Emerald. It was like some Nuzlocke randomizer. It was fun until one of my Pokemon died, and then I got really sad, and I stopped. Yeah. Italian from AliExpress for 192 euros total. It's pretty good. Doing timed runs are really nice playing on Xbox for 9 years. Oh yeah. If you finally had the means to start like timing your runs, that's great. Off to work for now, but I have eyes. Don't forget that. All right. Sounds good, Aramus. Have a good day at work. Sorry I couldn't get to Grim. Oh my god. Sorry, not sorry, really. Grim comes for you. I'll just suddenly be teleported in Grim's fight. Whoa, via Pac-Man, thank you very much for the 3 months of tier 1. Bought in advance. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate the support. Oops. Motion sensor light, 30 centimeters. Oh, that's cool. For that cheap. What am I got confused. Alright. Welcome, keeping this game alive is muy importante. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to see this game nice and active. Sure. Wonder how much I'm losing for that map mistake. Alright, we're chilling. Probably like half a second to a second. Sorry to say, but Cuphead is dead. Dang. My game is about to crash. Parry to resurrect it. Uh-oh. Oh, this is really bad. This is not gonna work. Alright. DisplayPort to HDMI adapter, though I don't think it would work. What do you think it won't work? Giant hot dog. Thanks for 30 bits, Burrito Dad. Ribby is high key one of the hardest bosses to optimize. I'll say that I feel like it's one of the hardest splits for me to get past in the early game. Or even in the entire run. Because yeah, if you get like a flies pattern and you really want to not lose a few seconds by doing super skip, it's fairly risky. And then you could get bulls and die. Arduino Mini Type C Micro USB Nano. Okay. What are you using it for, if I may ask? Oh, Wonders One Consolizer. That sounds cool. For a nuke. Building a nuke out of an Arduino. Oh my god. Let's see what I can do. Okay. Oh, you're using it as a controller adapter. I see. Picard Arduino was when I built it out electrical circuit. I've never done anything like that. I've always been interested in electronics, but I've never done anything really. I have an Arduino myself, and I used it for my input display when I play on console. But it was the kind of thing where I literally just like bought the cables that somebody else made. And just follow the instructions. Plug all the pins in the right holes. Ah. Sure, bad loopback. How does it work? So it's I plug my controller into an extension cable, and that extension cable has been cut at some point, so that one end will go into the console, and then one end is gonna be the wires that will plug into the Arduino. And then the Arduino has a firmware that can interpret the signals that are coming out of those wires to understand what inputs are being pressed. Wow, that didn't work? Wait. Why did it not work? That's odd, honestly. Okay. That should have been a good time. Yeah, for under $2. Have you ever been to Gardaland? Ooh, I think so. I don't remember the name of that. There is a, what's it called? There is a big park in Italy. I bugged my dad to bring me there, because they hosted a Pokemon Day. Yeah, amusement park, that's the one. They hosted a Pokemon Day in there. I think in 2011. They were doing them yearly, but I went there 1 year. Oops. What's up, Stable Bacon? Hello. That was a really fun day. Took part in a bit of a competitive event too. That was back when Pokemon Black and White was the current gen. And they hosted this download play thing where you had to prepare a team and then defeat a series of opponents, and then the person scoring the highest would win. I think I got barely outside of top 3, which would have given me some prizes. Alright. So you hate roller coasters is what I'm hearing, since you never went back. Well, I never went back to Gardaland. I did go to an amusement park near Toronto, however, when I visited. And I did take a roller coaster there, and I am not sure I'd go back. It was even during the rain that I took it, so I'm not sure if anybody's had this experience of taking a roller coaster during the rain. It sucks, because the raindrops start to feel more like micro knives. Okay, fine. Escated also almost got an OX space? That's cool. There are roller coasters that are not allowed to operate in the rain. I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. It wasn't even raining that heavily that day. But I remember it being still terrible. But anyway, I did not like the experience of, like, going that fast or upside down or stuff like that. Like, okay, I did it my one time. I'm not going on it again. The can, before it was demolished, had you wearing glasses and didn't allow to operate in the rain. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. What the hell? Wow. All right, so I'm on a 3.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
Alright, bad pattern. Kind of badly executed too. I think I could have killed him 1 EX sooner, but okay. Only 1 big amusement park is not much. Wolf, Germany has like 5 major ones. Yeah, I mean, I know Italy sucks. Are you sure? Okay, my official policy is that Italy is a mid-country. There's worse. But like... There's better parts of Europe. Oops. A super stable government? Yeah, only for like the last 3 years. Plus stable doesn't necessarily mean good. The only reason to visit Italy is you. No, that's not what I said. When the Gabagool party took over, yes, and then everybody was finally in agreement. Yeah, same government for 3 years is actually, like, kind of unheard of. Like, there hasn't been a government since this stable since when Berlusconi was prime minister, which is saying something. considering this is another right-wing government. What's up, African Pro? No PBs yet today. I learned he's dead, which explains why I haven't heard of him in a while. Oh yeah, no, he was coming back into politics after he had been barred to run for public office. I think he had been barred for like 6 years or something like that. And like after that, he was coming back into politics. He was like, oh god. He was trying. Hello, Slims Leader. Shoot under him so your rockets can hit many times. Yeah. Your country's beating another record? Oh, yeah. I might be wrong, but hasn't this been longer than Stalin? They reversed the decision as she's still banned from public office. What, Berlusconi? No, his time just expired. Like it was a limited time barring from public office, and I think it expired in like 2019 or something. Oh, Le Pen? Oh, I have no idea about Le Pen. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, at least I can, like, have a pretty good excuse to reset this run. Finished watching the task behind the scenes video, Absolute Cinema. Glad you liked it. Very glad you liked it. Son was on the throne for 29 years. Okay. So not quite there, but, like, pretty damn close. And I know there was this thing where, like, there was this moment between 2008 and 2012, if I'm not mistaken, where the president of Russia was Medvedev. But, like, a lot of people still say that, like, in all effects, Putin was the one, like, taking most decisions. So it was kind of a shadow presidency. Oh no. Hello, Nova. Only cause she embezzled money, every politician does that. Yeah, but like, I think if you're caught embezzling money, the solution isn't to say, oh, like, because this is the standard, then like we're not gonna do anything against you. Like, I think if laws want to matter, then you have to enforce them whenever you find out about cases like that. What's up, Cobro? Thank you for gel. Yeah, rewritten. I know that more recently was rewritten to just say, hey, I can run for however many freaking times I want now. Pretty much. I think it's still technically a limit, but it would allow him to run until like 2036, which like at that point he'll just die of old age. Probably. Maybe. They called it the Russian Rothschild back then. Oh, castling. I see, yeah. Yeah, that's a great question, QC. I honestly like. I try to keep up. My understanding is that it's up in the air. Like it really could be anything. It doesn't super sound like there's a successor being pushed at the moment. So if Putin were to not be able to be president anymore for whatever reason, it is likely there's going to be a lot of like infighting between all the different Russian oligarchs. But like things could very well change in the future. And like, who knows what kind of policy they're gonna pursue after Putin. Could be better, could be worse. Yeah, I heard about her daughter, who's like, what, an ice skater? Like it sounds like his children don't have an interest in getting into politics. We can change some subject if people don't appreciate this. Sorry. I follow that stuff a lot just because, like, as a European, it feels like it matters to me. But... oh, God. Well, China isn't communist. Not anymore. It's like it officially still is, but in practice it's very capitalist. Oops. Yeah, China naturally had a lot of things go for them, for sure. Yeah, hello, sniper. Prime Putin only has 10 more years, not endless. Yeah, yet. I feel like in practice, if after those 10 years are up, he wants to continue going, he'll just rewrite the constitution, because why the heck not? Who's gonna stop him? If he makes it that long, because, like... There's definitely a lot of questions about... about his political future.
This match will get red hot. It's on.
Yeah, well, if that happens... I can say people do it now. Interesting. I find it unlikely that there's gonna be a full collapse of... or like a full military takeover of Ukraine, but... If it doesn't receive enough, like, support, it is very plausible that it gets... forced into signing a peace deal that's very favorable to Russia. And then at that point, it becomes the kind of state that, like, on paper is independent, but in practice is, like, very subject to Russia's influence. That's the real risk. And with how things stand right now, it is very plausible that either scenario could play out. It is a massive stalemate. Yeah, you could call it a vassal state. Yeah, it's very unlikely that they'll be able to get the territory they lost. At least, like, you know, in the short term. Really, the big question is how long Russia's economy can continue fueling their efforts. And it is running into a lot of issues economically, but it does sound like they're willing to do basically anything they can to keep it going. So it's a very bleak scenario. Wow, better than I thought. Again, that's a bit of a misconception. Like, you don't... This isn't a war about territory for Russia. It's a war of political influence. So it's like... The scenario that I think you need to be worried about is not so much that of, like, military takeover. That's probably not even what they would have done. It's that where they can have the leverage they can have over that country, so that they can basically push it to have a government that's aligned with them. Really, like, the pivot to the east was, like, what happened after they failed to capture Kyiv. Oh god. Oh, the Greenland thing? I hope it's over. But who knows? It might come up again. Yeah, no, like, the reason why that happens is because those people are all stupid. But it was generally a dangerous situation. Yeah, what's up, Ella? Hello. I don't really care about the ice, but what about the people who live there? Knowing Trump, I don't think he's actually gonna give up. He'll just bleed orange juice like Bro always does. Really, the thing with that is that there's no way. There's absolutely no scenario in which they can obtain Greenland just like willingly, because almost nobody in Greenland wants to be part of the US, and it is not up to Denmark to sell it. So it's like there's literally two possible scenarios that can come out of it. Either they actually go through with a military invasion, or they just give up. And for now, it sounds like they've given up. Oops. Because a bunch of European countries did actually end up getting some military presence in there. And it's not the kind of thing where, like, it's not the kind of thing where, like, you can realistically expect to defend against a US military, but once you have some presence, you can at least make it costly to do so. And, like, if it ends up being the kind of thing where, like, you can have a military execute an overnight operation that ends immediately, there's absolutely no time for people to, like, protest or even game their thoughts into it, which is roughly what happened with Venezuela. But, like, if you can make a US attack on Greenland costly, then, like, there's absolutely no way that's gonna be popular. And I think that does make the difference. Think about it, but we're decently close to World War III. I hope that's not the outcome. I really hope not. I don't think it's gonna happen, like, tomorrow. But this is, like, precisely the kind of tensions that lead into that. And unfortunately, as the people who, like, don't want that kind of stuff to happen, unfortunately, like, the option is not to just, like, ignore it and let people have their way, because that's precisely how World War II started. It's like when the Nazi regime first started expressing desires of other territories, the reaction was that of appeasement. It's like, yeah, you can have Czechoslovakia, you can have Austria. Oh, please don't invade Poland. So I think you have to catch that stuff early on. Hey, Kilo, welcome. Still understand how it was possible to start in 2014. I understand it was happening slowly and for a long time, but no one could think our countries will be enemies. Yeah. Was carved up between Germany and the Soviet Union. Ah, yeah. And like even an alliance like that was fake, because like Germany's ultimate goal was to defeat communism. Like it was to go after the Soviet Union. Aside from other things, but... Yeah, the world's a real mess right now. Like, I honestly, like, a few years I was not at all interested in following any of this stuff, but I feel like at this point, it's hard not to. I'm genuinely concerned. So, like, I think what I can do is, like, talk with other people and, like, you know, vote certain ways. But, like, I think we have to, you know, determine who the people leading the world into the dangerous direction are. And make sure they don't take over. Oh my god, I keep missing that menu. Russia attack something like the US, I don't think that war will be too long because of NATO and all that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Russia definitely doesn't have the, like, capabilities to take on all of NATO. But one thing that they're doing right now, and that is really dangerous, is trying to break up the integrity of NATO. So it's like... There's a lot of questions right now as to whether the US, for example, would follow through with Article 5 if they actually attacked a European country. If they can get that to happen with, like, other Western European countries, for example, then it can get to the point where, for example, an attack of the Baltic countries can have just the Baltic countries or maybe Finland, Sweden, or other countries nearby actually providing military aid. And that would be genuinely very dangerous. So, I think this is definitely a moment where, like, if we value... If we value those people, then, like, it's important to stand together. Go and check all theories in Hearts of Iron 4. I told you, I almost decided to get the game. I don't know if I actually enjoy it, though. That seems way too complicated. Oops. Germany has soldiers in the Balticum, so we are in that war. Yeah, but picture this. Next election, AfD wins. And then they decide that Germany comes first. And that we shouldn't have any soldiers in the Balkans. Those are risks. Luckily as it is, I still hope things get resolved peacefully. Yeah, I hope so. I definitely hope so. I don't think any of this is inevitable. But it is dangerous. Pauline Hanson? No, never heard of her. Genius on the part of Germans. Oh yeah, no, that definitely, like, fueled their efforts for several years to come. What I understand about World War II is that it was unlikely for Germany to ever win, given what their goals were. But it still made for a war that lasted 6 years. It's like... The danger isn't so much like who's gonna triumph at the end. It's the fact that there was a war in the freaking first place. Oh my god. Stuck in first follies now, sure. Even worse than it is now if Germany won back then. Yeah. What's up, Agaro Official? Thank you for gel. We will have spoken German, like I already do. Yeah, you see, those are the mistakes that you make when you're like heavily driven by ideology. Tactically. So that's kind of the silver lining when you're dealing with like evil regimes of that kind, is that they're probably gonna make mistakes like that just to further pursue their goals. What's up, Angelic?
Here's a real high-class bout. It's on.
Peter dropped 2 victory points, so could have won in 24 hours, right? Yeah, what's up, Zayd? Thank you for gel. Oh wow, that was slow. I'm gonna reset this. This is gonna put me at like +5. Yeah, I mean, as I said, there was pretty much no way Germany could have won in World War II given what their ambitions were. But again, the risk isn't so much victory. The risk is all the casualties that you suffer during a war. Oh my god. Also, welcome Mythic Respawn. Hello.
Well, Cuphead and his cowbug man, they like.
Clearly. Oh my god. Can I dash when I press the dash button? That would be great. Do not know how TAS players manipulate the boss and it kinda surprised me. I gotcha. Yeah, that's a common question I got while making the TAS. But the idea is if you always seed the RNG the same way and then you do the same inputs, you're always gonna get the same luck. So if you want different luck, you just need to tinker with the inputs you do and then you get slightly different luck. Oh my god. World Order was completely rewritten after World War II? Was it? I don't... I don't know exactly. Oh my god. Let's quit. Got off college an hour early. I love life. Also on the way home, I found around the dark just roaming the streets with no collar. Oh wow. Is it like common for there to be stray dogs in your area? Like, is it possible it could just be somebody's dog? I've never seen one before, dang. That's weird. Worst enemy is precision, because precision means perfect timing going through right tight gaps, which creates a lot of sketchiness. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Depends on the situation. Frame perfect tricks in particular are always the kind of thing where you're not gonna get them 100% of the time. Complexity in a run can be really difficult to deal with too. There's definitely no one single worst enemy. I've heard of hot moms in your area, but there are really stray dogs in your area. That's right. Actually, I ended up taking it home because it was near my house. My mom has this ID reader thingy, so she got its ID numbers and contacted the authorities. Turns out it has an owner, and now it's getting returned to the... Oh, cool. So, wait. How did you get its ID? Like, did it have a... You said it had no color, right? Did it have something else on it? Oh, a microchip. Where does it have a microchip? Because I thought those things would usually be on a collar. I don't know, I don't have a dog. Oh, under the skin. Wow, interesting. I'm a lurk and play Balatra. Alright, sounds good. What's up, Crimson? Thank you for the gel. Yeah, what's up, Scream Man? Good morning. How have runs been? Thank you for the gel. I had one run where I died on Briny, and if I didn't have that Briny death, I would have gotten somewhere around the 26:57. That was the best run of the stream. Other than that, it's been a lot of early game. Yeah, I guess so. Love breaks. Hey, Kuto. Europeans after... Do you mean college? Use their trains to know other European countries of fun vacation activity? Taking a train between European countries is, I think, fewer people do than just for travel within their own country. Europe does have a very extensive train infrastructure, but if you're going from one country to the next, it's a bit less likely that you're gonna find direct lines. Like, you might have to change trains and with a bunch. And if you want to go a longer distance, then you're probably still looking at a very long travel time, regardless of what lines are present. So it becomes more likely that you're just gonna take a plane. Reading chat in Forest Follies is such a crazy thing I still must learn one day. Maybe it does lead to me reciting in Forest Follies more often, so I don't know if I recommend it. Trains are usually for local trips. Yeah. I mean, if you're going from, like, I don't know. I've never done this myself, but I think if you take the kind of trips that are like from Belgium to the Netherlands, you're probably still gonna find it convenient to take a train. Like shorter distances, basically. And if you're gonna be going from one country to another, it is a bit less convenient to take a train. So it like depends. Like for me, for example, I live in central Italy. If I wanted to go to the very north of Italy, taking a train up to there takes about as much as a flight does. So I actually find it pretty nice to take the train, but like anything outside of Italy, I will probably want to fly. Central Italy. I'm on the opposite side of Rome, basically. Like, roughly where Rome is, but on the eastern side. Just doxing myself. It's stuff I've said before. I'm not gonna be more precise than that. If I told you my exact town, you could find me. But I don't mind, just to give people an idea of where I live, roughly. Airlines could avoid air trails really easily, and those air trails had a lot of heat on the Earth. What are air trails? My name is not Giuseppe. Went to Rome, we could have done co-op. How long ago were you in Rome? But yeah, Rome is the kind of thing that like I would have to find a hotel or a B&B to stay in. But it's reachable. Oh, like last year sometime, I gotcha. Wouldn't cheat on it like that, fair enough. Yeah, my actual name is Dodon. I think I had a 30XX or just barely got on a sub 30. I gotcha. Yeah, you would probably. Thanks, Ella. This has been hell. Really hell. Need to lock in for co-op again sometime. That run was stupendous. It's IL1. Ha. Easier to just send you phishing mails. I'm very careful with what I receive from mail. I'm not saying social engineering couldn't work on me, but I think it's gonna be difficult for, like, somebody to be like, hey, check this thing I wanna invite you to, and there's, like, a PDF link. I'm probably not gonna open it. So I need some genuine American Gabagool. Let's go. Who would do that at the first 2 days craft game? PDFs are dangerous. A lot of people don't realize this, but depending on the program you use to view PDFs, they could contain JavaScript code that could run and do whatever. Special Pokemon event at Gardenland, you're invited for free. Click here to sign up. Right. Sure. Yeah, I was just saying, I'm not actually sure I've been to Gardenland. It might have been a different amusement park. But something like 15 years ago, I went to one because they hosted a Pokemon Day there. And that was a lot of fun. Yeah. Really? It's weird. Three meals in. Right, because I'll definitely reply to the first one. It seems like full of coaster for beaches, and yet you are not close to them. I'm actually somewhat close. Because, yeah, a lot of, like, the nature of a peninsula is gonna be that, like... A lot of that landmass is gonna be close to the coast. Noted. Restricting region. Yeah, I imagine the farthest away you can probably be is somewhere around Milan. Because like all of central and southern Italy, you really just have to go across. Like even if you're up in the mountains in the center. Look at 15 minutes from beach. Okay, noted. But I hate sand, so I'm gonna years. Yo, same. Like I love hanging out by the coast, but I don't love going onto the sand. Yes, QC. Beast Sand Hater. You almost have a 25xx possible time. Yep, I do. I do have the goals that could give me it. Yeah, it's coarse and it gets everywhere. Don't remember how the quote went exactly. Gets in your teeth. Yeah, I can. What the fuck you're doing with the sand? Well, I don't know if you touch around and then you have some grains left over. And then you touch your mouth. Or if you take a bath in the sea. God, ingesting salt water, like sea salt water, is terrible. Sun and grass sucks, best stay inside, exactly. Last time I swam in the ocean, I consumed a bunch and I threw up in the ocean. Oh god, yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear. I thought ingesting salt water was basically the same as getting spider on record base. It's a very different type of sucking, I guess. Hello, Horichigo.
This match will get red hot. It's on.
At this point, I'm used to getting spider on pace. Everybody pisses in the ocean? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you know, if you gotta go... Like, why exit the water, pee, and then go back in when you can just... do that and nobody will ever know?
Good day for a swell battle. Here goes.
Uh-oh. Since I live in the center of the country, downtown, the capital, I got access to plenty of beaches to either the Pacific or Atlantic coast. Oh, that sounds cool. Oops. Couple of hours ride, I gotcha. Imagine you're probably somewhere in Central or Southern America then. You also hate eating fish? I like fish. I like seafood. Central America, gotcha. Okay, should I stop? Okay. Like, in my mind, this is just... not adding any information, but I don't know. I guess in theory I'm doing a bit of work for other people. South America, no North and South. That's how I was taught continents in school. There was no North and South America as separate continents. It was all just one bit Americas. Yeah, some countries' education system do teach it like that. I think some countries' education systems would also teach Eurasia instead of like Europe being separate from Asia. I might be wrong though. It's like when you okay, look up Jay Foreman on YouTube. He's made a video on the concept of continents. When you think about it, it's really hard to define what is a continent and where it should start and stop. I think it's a very interesting topic. Yeah, what's up, Warsick? Thank you for Gial. Hello. What's up, Laugh? Thank you for the raid also. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for Gial. For us citizens, they got North and South America. For the rest is North, South, and Central. Interesting, okay. No nature-based situations that would make Europe a continent. Attempts at defining the boundaries for Europe as a geographical continent would pick pretty arbitrary boundaries, like, for example, the Ural Mountains. And then I forget what they use for, like, the area around, like, Armenia, Georgia. There's, like, some plains. So, like, typically you can't have a discussion about boundaries of continents without talking about culture as well. Because otherwise, if you just go, like, a continent is like a landmass separated by other continents by water, then, like, congrats, you've just created Afro-Eurasia. Because technically, like, Africa is separated by the rest of Asia by a canal, which is not a natural body of water. And that's not the only problem, because then, okay, is Australia a continent? Is New Zealand a continent? Is any island in the Pacific a continent? Is Sardinia a continent? How large should our land masses be? I think any definition based around tectonic plates is also flawed. Yeah, Antarctica is typically considered its own continent. Oops. Something is not a continent, is it an incontinent? Sure. Hello, Vad. India would be a continent? How so? What do we even need continents anyway. Why do they even know what a planet is? Right. Oh yeah, the tectonic plate, yeah. Right. You end up with that kind of stuff.
Now go! Here's a real high-class bout. It's on!
Okay, pretty good. Yeah, canals are man-made. Yeah, you might be right, you see. Like, the Antarctica might be the one thing where, like, nobody would have any objections about it actually being part of some other continent or whatever.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go!
Uh-oh. Okay, sure, that could have been better. Ultra Antarctic is actually land and not ice. I think we talked about this the other day. I think somebody said that if all the ice disappeared off of Antarctica, what would remain is a big archipelago. So there's a lot of land under that ice, but it would also be separated by a lot of water. Excluding the fact that in reality sea levels would rise if all the ice melted, and so it would look different. Pretty good. Alright, have a good one, Ben Slim. Good night, and thank you for GL. There goes my parry. Is that 5 ticks? I thought she was gonna die sooner than that. Alright. It's pretty bad. I see QC. Yeah, I know I missed some clips. I don't know if that mattered. Like, I don't know if that would have allowed me to kill before the UFO. Wait, I'm missing an EX. Oh, I know why. I used one earlier. It's still a good time, but I misplayed this actually. I shouldn't have used one on pod hands. Pause the game. Why would I pause the game? All right, it's a runnable aisle one. Want to land on the moon again? Who wants to land on the moon again? Just wanted you to pause the game. All right, wait until Wally. I'll pause the game. Just because it will save time. Artemis is doing a mission on the moon. Who's Artemis? What's up, Griven Z? Thank you for gel. Wait. Okay, I messed up. Okay, I tried to finish it up with a bomb, yes. Hey, Lucy. Thank you for the GL. Yeah, it's Luna. Luna in Italian. If you ever wondered why you call the moon, but if something has properties of the moon, it's lunar, that's because it has roots in Latin or whatever. Italian just retained the Italian or the that original word for both for the celestial body and the property. Less YouTube videos, more sub 26. I'm trying. Wait, sub 26? No, I'm not trying for sub 26. But what's up, Lexus? I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick and then I'll do some more attempts. I hope I'm not stuck in L1 as much, because that is not helpful. No, I'm not going for the sub 26. Alright, I'll play some ads. I'll be back in just a few minutes. BRB. Alright. I think I already rebooted the game. I don't think I need to do it again. Might keep it short for now, but let's do some more attempts anyhow. Just saw this script jumping into a zombie because of all the frame variants. Oh. Interesting. Is this a big problem, or is it just happening on like one isolated frame? Okay. Danke. I gotcha.
You're up.
Didn't use Roman number rather than to capitalize is a trick. What do you mean?
Well, Cuphead and his
Oh, Artemis too. I see, I see.
here goes.
Oops.
Well, Cuphead and his
What's up, Shady? Congrats on being first. And telling me to T-set. Got your ETA for UK now? Nice. That's awesome. Hope you enjoy your vacation.
and begin.
Come on. Current this year Super Bowl is Super Bowl LX, which is 60, I guess. Okay.
Well, Cuphead and his
What's your dream car? None. I don't like cars. But yeah, the way Roman ladders work is different ladders represent a different amount. So L represents 50 and X represents 10. So you just sum those together and you get 60. And there's rules where you can also like subtract. Like if you have a 1 preceding another ladder, then that will mean that you subtract that 1 from that ladder. So for example, IV would be 4 because you take V, which is 5, and then you subtract the I, which is 1, and you get 4. Yeah, but if the I comes after the V, then you get 6. If you have IX, then you subtract 1 from 10, so you get 9. If you see XI, then you get 11. Other than that, you just learn the different values that all the ladders have, and you just sum them.
now go.
Okay, fetch clip. Yeah, what's up, Thursdays Purple? Thank you for gel. Gonna go watch the video now. Enjoy. One of the things I still remember from school. Nice. I don't even remember when I learned them. Probably somewhere at school. That can happen. It was so optimal that I didn't even hit the ledge. Also used as a puzzle in many games, really. I can't think of a game off the top of my head that uses them. I guess in game titles sometimes, or like I guess like titles of various things. But there is a puzzle. That sounds new to me. Thought that my iframes would cover. The Hidden Objects games that uses a puzzle. Never heard of that game. That's cool though. Wow, immediately ruined. Good attempt though, Bronco. How runs today so far? It's a lot of early game hell. However, I did have one really good run where, unfortunately, I died on Briny. But if I hadn't taken that death, I was probably looking at somewhere around a 26:57 or so with how the rest of the run went. Okay. Some good old early game jail, exactly. Very classic, very nostalgic. That was weird. Okay. Oh my god, perfect pyramid. If the best speedrunner of each country would run his home country for a year, which country would fail first? Australia. Because Lucha Gym. I hope he's listening.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
Yeah, because Lucha would eliminate his competition, Laxus. Alright. Yeah, what's up, Hero? Thanks for GL. What if Wyvern represents the UK? He could fail with tech issues before it even started. Plausible. Congrats on your new video. Thank you. Thank you.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
I'm scripting my next one and... Uh-oh. Oh, that sucked. Right, so I wasn't even sure it was gonna make for a good idea for a video at first. I'm making the script and I think it's turning out well. The only problem is it's turning out to be long again, and I am not convinced I want to make another long video right now. Take the idea from YouTube AI? No. No, I'm not making the one about autographs. This idea sucked.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Oops. Oh yeah, wonderful idea to make an AI just like write the entire script for you. I'm sure it's not gonna sound exactly like an AI. And very unnatural. Uh-oh. I can't believe that kind of worked. Yeah, also using AI voiceover. Just become a slot channel. It's the future after all, right? What's up, Burrito Dad? For how long? Of 420 facts to fall asleep to? Right.
A great slam and then some. And begin.
I don't really want to take this L1. Let me see what the pace is exactly. What's up, J Foxes Caesar? Good morning. I'm doing good. By AI generated comments under the video. Yeah, you know. The moment that AI starts making content for AI is the moment we know we're done for in humanity. One of my favorite games, haven't seen it in years. Nice. It's also one of my favorite games. Yeah, it is already kind of happening. Whoa! I didn't mean to do that, but sure. AI social media experiment? I can't say I've heard about that one. Yeah, that would be the dead internet theory. I've heard of it. I've never played Cyberpunk, but I've heard people quoting that game and saying that, like... okay, very paraphrasing, but, like, isn't there such a thing in Cyberpunk as a dead internet where, like, all the bots roam and, like, an alive internet where all the humans actually use it? And it's like there's risks that it could actually go that direction. That kind of sucked. Huh. Called Maltbook. I'll post an article in the Discord. Alright, sounds good. Like a close that internet 1.0 of this world, I gotcha. Fire video, glad you liked it. Thank you. Do I go for the pay rebate? I'll try. Oh! Kinda worked, but it wasn't exactly. Okay, 116. That really should have been better. Okay. Yeah, once again, what's happening in some industries is that, like, they fired people because they thought they could automate their work away with AI, and now they're rehiring. Like, as always, when you have a bit of a moment of, like, rapid technological advancements, like when it happened with the internet, or the production of better hardware, when you're on the curve, like, you can see that, like, things are gradually improving, but, like, you have never any idea when that curve is gonna stop. So it's like, the idea that AI is going to be this thing that is permanently going to get better, and, like, you know, eventually it's inevitable that it'll replace humans in, like, everything. Like, it's not so inevitable, really. Wow, that was close. Okay, 48. Hello, City. Any spicy runs? Yeah, I had a run where if I hadn't died on Brony, it would have been somewhere around the 26:57. Reset is inevitable. I've heard of Dune, but I've never seen it. Alright, I somehow clawed this run back. That was a great IL too. Dang. No, I haven't seen it. Oh, please read the book. I don't know. I don't know if I wanna. Just ask if there's a seahorse emoji and it will have a complete meltdown. Right. Whoa. Okay. Okay, 43. Wow. We're back to +7 because I just got the worst boomer RNG. Movie industry, would they hire human storyboard artists back because even the worst one is still doing a better job than the best AIs? Interesting. Yeah, I've heard about this with programming, because it's like, you got those, like, hyper-enthusiastic managers and CEOs who are like, yeah, AI is going to do everything. We need to invest in it now. And they try, and it doesn't work out so well. And so now they're forced to rehire people and retrain them. Okay, sure. Yeah, the inequality in the US is crazy. Oops.
A great slam and then some. Now go.
Okay, sure. Okay, got a triple. $48. Yeah, that's what I've heard, that like if you have that, if you're that rich, if you're as rich as to be a billionaire, there is no ethical way to get there.
This match will get red hot. It's on.
Okay, this should work. Hopefully I don't get a low saw. Yeah, what's up, Grande? Thank you for gel. $41 parry less. I was hoping for better, but I missed one of my quads.
A great slam and then some. Now go.
Okay, that was a bit weird, but it's still a decent time. This run could... Because this will save a decent amount. Yeah, we're back in the green. Alright. I guess we have to try. Dude, this would be an insane claw if I actually got a 26 off of this. Not just 2 IX, but... Yeah, I had 2 HP, didn't I? I guess I should have attempted it.
Good day for a swell battle. Now go.
sec. I think I need one more Bomb VX here. Oh, that wasn't even enough. Okay. 5610 is alright. I mean, if it's clearly annoying some people, let's stop. Typically, I just don't want things to get heated. What's up, Jory? Thank you for gel. Okay. Oh, wow. I'm surprised I didn't kill him there. That was almost a 57. Alright, well, take care of that, Chromio. Alright, well, I guess there is a hell that can do it. $357? Alright. Okay, I need to take another hit off of Cigar here. I'm making Michael cry. Did I hit a single in there too? That was a really bad Cigar. Uh-oh. Ah. Well, that sucks. Wait! Oh! Shoot, I forgot to take the deboost on Cigar. So I couldn't have... Oh, man. I'm completely misplaying this King Dice. Oh, no. Alright. Wow, though! Hang on. Hang on. Am I coming back? That's like the best speed roulette I've ever gotten in a run. If only I had a better King Dice leading into it. Well, with this many HP... 49. With no HP bonus skip, so I'm probably losing a bit of time. I might need like a 42 dabble. 43 is enough. Okay. This is like so much. If this gets the 26, this is so not like the run that I was expecting to get the 26. All right, try my best. Okay, it's not the 26. Oh god. Bevel. Yeah, good run though. Thank you all for GG's. But yeah, like look at that. This was a terrible start. I just played a really good IL-2, and I guess IL-3 was pretty good too. Yeah. I'll read off all the GG's. Thank you to... SD3K, Nomit, Angelix, Slims Leader, Actor Bosch, Loser, Changloso, Grandius, Kuto, Hero, Shady, Ved, Eternal Dark, Names Rob, Graven Z, Bronco, Chori, Rapic, Hazelnest, Burrito Dad, Warsick, SD3K, Working Player, Fio All, Neo Angelo, Der Hendrik, Nenesne, Ella, Dr. Jin, MZ, Fox Caesar. Sniffing distance of the 26. Yeah, that's definitely a heck of a claw. I'm surprised. After being almost 10 seconds behind. It's a rare case, but future if you get all hearts, it's best to damage boost twice on Rabbit if you're comfortable hitting spread the axes on him. I actually prefer taking a second hit on Cigar because having the extra HP for Pirulada and King Dice feels more beneficial. But yeah, like... I just forgot. I just forgot to do either of the two. Of course, if you forget to take the hit on Cigar, then you want to take 2 hits on Rabbit. But it didn't even cross my mind. But yeah. Maybe with 357 hearts you could do Perilless and it would be faster. I don't think so. Because let's... What that would look like is you wouldn't have a full Supreme Leader for Pirulada, or you would have to give up on the Lob Reacts on Cigar, I guess. Like, I feel like berries are still worth it. Because it's like... It's at least an extra Lob EX crit that you can go for, if not more. If not like that, plus an EX on Rabbit, plus an EX on King Dice. Yeah, that's an Al strat. You can grind the Al strat. If one Peru Rapid after damage boosting Cigar, yeah. But yeah, I think you wanna take him. Alright. Cool. I think I'm gonna do more runs. So let's do that. Bopping me with Spider-Verse is diabolical, though. Yeah. There generally is a decent amount of time save now. So, a lot of it is coming from strats. AKA skill issue, yeah. Just one massive skill issue. I mean, I've had the luck for a 26 already. It is difficult to get a run that gets both the execution and the luck. Can you miss again? I failed to copy paste the text from the stream pop-up in time. Or reset again? Wait, stream pop-up. Don't worry, I'll probably reset soon. Oh, Steam pop-up. I see. Well, yeah, that one was on me. Speedy Wolf is playing Cuphead. What's up, Yazid? Welcome. Can you please get sub 27 this run? All right, I'll try. If I try to copy it like that, then it opens the chat. Oh, I see.
Here goes.
Okay. No sub 27. Okay, there we go, it worked. Sub 27 reset, very true. Probably sub 27 seconds. Maybe not that. What's up, Gear Tower? Thank you for gel. Missing dashes is a big issue. No one sells a 7-pin NES controller with a Famicom case. What's a 7-pin NES controller? Oh, like the type of connector. Wait, I get it. Huh, interesting. I feel like that should be doable. And yes, one is really huge, the case. I never tried one of those original Famicom controllers. I can see them being smaller though. Man. Imagine if you got the RNG, you could have started our Skyrun already. By this time. If I just got that good RNG first try, I could have been 80% through a Skyrun by now. It's a stupid break. Famicom has cool colors and rounded sides, yeah. I don't actually mind the shape of the brick that much. But I do prefer the more rounded ones. You've stepped onto... Colors versus colors is a difference between British English and American English. There are several words like that that have different spelling. IGL. Just a very excited caps. Thank you for the All-Stars, Mali. Appreciate it. Formal English. It's not formal. It's like the variant of English that's, okay. Spoken in the UK. Yeah, what's up, Ryan? Everything for gel. Yeah, armor is another one. I know there's also center versus C-E-N-T-R-E. And there's a few different words that have that kind of inverted letters. Yeah, there's also different words that are spelled with a C instead of an S. Nice. Pretty sad. Oh. No, I don't think that's real. Burrito that. No, okay, this is... Some of these are not real.
A great slam and then some. And begin.
I think neighbor is another one where British English would have a U. Feud. Yeah, let's just like add a bunch of U's. Confuse them all the time, TBH. Maybe not the feet one. Yeah, because then there's some words that just always have that extra U, right? Priest. Oh, man. Yeah, what's up, Mike Drew? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing good, too. Gray and Gray fall into this category. Ooh, that one I don't know if it's a regional variant. I know both spellings are acceptable, but I don't know if it's universal or if it's regional. I'm gonna reset this run. That's not great. Oh, that one's regional. Okay. Which one? Which one's the British one? I'm assuming the one with the A. Oh, the one with the E is the correct one? Okay. I guess that answers my question. Dude. Okay, yeah, my bad. Should probably practice Konk Song. Enjoy Konk Song. Probably gonna try a few more attempts here and leave. I'm starting to feel a little bit tired. Right. That's your mood at the grind. Yeah. Gonna people leave this game forever. Yeah, I could. That's something I can definitely consider. Yeah, just skip a few entries. Starts with B and ends with Blazing Chrome. Oh, you're talking about Biyoshi's Island Blazing Chrome.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
Alright.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
Actually hit every star skip so far.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
Man, I just had to hit 2 singles. Should have been a 24. Oh well. Or better if I hit triples. Possibly as good as a 22, really.
Good day for a well battle. Here goes.
Wow, that's a great Hilda. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, but I did get some great takes in final phase, so that helped.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
Oh. Okay. It sucks so much to take a hit there. I'm actually starting to run out of splits that have significant time saves compared to com sub, so maybe it's time to do some attempts sorta soon. Yeah, maybe you'll see some tangible improvements already. Once you've capitalized on the major stuff, it becomes the small things that build up. The 1 or 2 seconds on every split that can build up to a minute or a few. We'll have 3 to 15 seconds for now. I gotcha. I wish segment grinding was a thing in this game. I want to do it so bad because my goals stink. But I can't do it without being judged by society. I mean, you can totally do no reset runs. And then try to get one. I said this before, but like that's what JC did at the end of his Super Castlevania 4 grind several years ago. I remember him getting the record, wanting to move on, but because his sum of best was a really low 31, he decided to do a bunch of no resets in an attempt to get a gold in the final segment, so that he could get the sub 31 sum of best and then make a spliced run out of it. No, not that, JC. Twitch.tv/JAY_CEE. Here we go. Leaderboard for every split times 20. That'll be funny. Oh my god. Yeah, that's to JC. Speaking of which, does someone want to make a Splice 25 now that comes sub? Is that? Yeah, especially since we have video of every segment. That would be cool. I think Michael said he wanted to make one. Yep. I'd love to see it. I'm gonna play through IL3 a few times to farm golds. I'm in practice. Right. Yeah, he descends onto planet Earth not to do anything other than just like getting a PB in Cuphead and then leaving and refusing to elaborate. Imagine the confusion among Christians. I've done that exact mistake, loser. That's how I know you're running Cuphead now. Okay, pretty good.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
Hello, Wild Bear. Thank you for gel. All right. It's called Forest Follies because it's full of foolish creatures who go in random creatures to kill off speedruns. Something like that. Makes you go crazy, I don't know.
A great slam and then some. Now go.
Uh-oh. Oh, really? Thought it was gonna die much faster than that. Okay. Because I thought I hit at least a 4x. Throw that away. Yeah, it's just a shame that Super Skip is slower for this run.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
Okay, I'll take it. Oh my god. Okay, that's not bad. Could have been worse. Okay, 104.
This match will get red hot. And begin!
Oh, that's pretty good. Anybody here know anything about Android car head units? Yours decided to go bye-bye, dang, that sucks. Sorry to hear. Pretty good L1.
This match will get red hot. Now go!
Really? Man, if only the waffle didn't separate early, then this would actually be pretty good. Hard reset button combo like with phones, but apparently it's different. Dang. I gotta imagine like there might be some reset mechanism in the insides at least, but like that would imply taking it apart, which is not great.
Good day for a swell battle. And begin!
Oh, I was trying to do that so I wouldn't have to take the hit. Took it anyway. Oh, that missed. 51. Alright, fine. Bit difficult since it's built into the car, I can, but I'd rather not. Yeah, exactly.
This round will get red hot. And begin!
On 17.
A great slam and then stop. Now go!
Alright, I'll do. Hello, Mr. Lotak. Full expert, my word. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you, whatever you feel like doing the most. You don't necessarily have to do one before the other either. You can choose.
A great slam and then stop. Now go!
Wow, what the heck? This scream is gonna suck. Okay, I guess I could have used the DX earlier. DLC worth it? Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's great, even. Alright, this is still runnable. Do you remember how you did speedrun in stage 2 in gimmick by standing category? I mean, the way you know when to jump on the cannibal, which brings you to the treasure. You use a music cue for that one. So you listen to the background music, and then you can jump at a specific beat. If you've never paused the game, that is consistent. You're welcome. Uh-oh. Wow. Okay. That was a bit sketchy, but it worked. You're in stage 2 because you paused the game on level 1 skip. Yeah, in stage 2. The reason why you should never pause is because the cannonball will fire at a specific... It works like the wizards in stage 6. It will fire at a specific point in the level timer, but you don't need to... You don't necessarily need to follow the level timer in level 2. You can use the music, because that will also start at the same time at the start of the stage. You just need to never pause the game, because if you pause the game, that pauses the music, but it does not pause the timer. Okay, sure. Think I'm gonna run best ending after 1x and 80%. Nice. Hope you have fun. Okay.
Here's a real high-class bout. It's on.
That was too far. Got a triple there, though. Dash left! Please jump. Oh my god. I missed so much damage on this trap. That's unfortunate. $50. Okay. Losing some time. Really hoping that the next few segments go well. Finished my first run and got a 5 bounce first. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully this is a nice bubble dragon coming up. It's so hard to capitalize on the burner time save. I genuinely can save so much, but... Tough segment. Running will hook me up, surely. I'm about to get a 36 Werner, a 38 Briny, and then I'll be so ahead. That lubber missed, unfortunately. Bent. Alright. This was such good RNG. But... 37 still? Wow. Look at that. How's that still a 37? That's still saving a ton. Okay. Like, I hit a single, and I completely missed a lob react, I'm pretty sure, during that fight.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
Alright, sure. Still saving some time, but this is not a great pattern. Thanks, loser. This is unlikely to be it, but we'll finish it.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
Oops. That wasn't enough, really. Man, kind of a bad Calamaria. Hello, Peanut. Tested the foot pedal I got, works fine. Nice. Yeah, you'll get more accurate splits, and it's also just gonna be super comfortable. Not having to, like, take your hands off.
Good day for us. Well done. Here goes.
Okay. Okay, pretty good. There is an Inkwell Hell coming up that can do it. Hopefully I don't throw on King Dice again. God. It's kind of embarrassing that I just, like, forgot to take the hits that was required last time. Okay, that's good. We got a heart on 7.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
Sure. Oh yeah, task is finished half a minute ago.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
Okay, not bad.
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go.
That should be a 148 with an HP bonus clip. It should save a bit. Probably gonna need something like a 42 Devil to PB though. And better for up 26.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
Yeah, I might genuinely need like a 39 Devil for a 26. A 41 would be enough. A low 41 would be enough. All right. There are very few Devils that get that kind of time. Yeah, you can't do the capital Z. I imagine there's a way to fix it.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
That is not a good Devil pattern. Yeah, it really is, loser. $27-17. Not doing any full runs today then. Yeah, gotta wait till the curse is cleared. One run I completed earlier today, I got Bubbles Clap Dragon. And I got a 43 out of it. So something that's not Spider First exists. Thank you all for GGs, thank you overall loser Dabilch, Chengloso, Lego, Zaith, Kirtar, Wildbear, Landon, Shenesne, or Znenesne, Wyvern, Griven Z, Ryonair, Kaio Kenneth, Hoskis, Hector Bosch, Infinite Fun, for you all. Stop getting 1x's with Spider First, please, this makes me miserable. If you just save enough time in the other bosses. Thank you, Grandiose, McMonkey, Torque Speedruns. Thank you, Lucy, for the geese. Alright. I'm gonna call it here for today. But I might... This is a might. But I might do some more runs tomorrow. After that, I will be on a very short vacation for this weekend. So... Maybe some more runs tomorrow, maybe a chance for a 26. If not, we'll wait next week. Who can we rate for today? Torn. Bad ending. Maybe? I kept going because there was a chance. So my bad ending PB is like a run that didn't have a chance to PB, so I just got bad ending. So I guess I could have gotten bad ending record off of this probably. Okay, I'm gonna rate TailZ for today. He's running Cuphead. Same category, same game, of course. So go watch that if you're interested. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye and take care.